No, Brian got to work for you. I know.
How's that look? Pretty good. Hey, there's a what's going on, Big Shot? Good to see you, my guy.
How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Sounds like we were getting here.
Careful.
I know you really need to have them higher chandeliers.
Right? I'm like, why would you handle it up?
Oh, don't worry. I handled it out.
Okay.
Hey, you heard what he said.
I know.
This one just might.
Right.
That one definitely not. Don't know nothing about that one.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder if he's even going to know because.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't have any audio When I start broadcasting, you can check it out. I'm gonna tell you, Tom Simon. I'll point him out to you. It's like, okay. If not, I know Tom has it. I just don't see him. That's what I was like. At least I know Tom had it. Maybe. Gosh darn it, where's Tom? Where are you, buddy? There. Yeah. He stepped outside. Do you think? Are you at 2 bars? Everybody is, bro. You took super hard. No? Because Nikki's got 4 bars if you want to hook up to her hotspot until we can find Tom. Nothing's working? All right, yeah, well, you're welcome to hook up from Nikki if you want. Otherwise, we'll just wait for Tom. It's not a big deal. Yeah, can you scan that QR code, Damien? Do you know the Wi-Fi password? Tom. Oh, okay, they got it. They got it, yeah. There you go. I love it when they keep it simple. Yeah. First day of camp. Let me know when you want to be able to. Yep. Yeah, we have to I know. It's like having time on
It's gonna say now.
You gonna start talking now? Nice.
All righty, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 2026 Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame induction ceremony. My name is the Maestro Jeremy Carp, and I will once again be your master of ceremonies for this occasion. Now, before we begin today's ceremony, we would like to carry on a tradition of many professional wrestling shows and, of course, the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame. At this time, it is my honor to welcome 2026 Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame inductee Tom Simon to start today's festivities.
Oh, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I realize that I was asked to sing the national anthem this afternoon. And normally I never pass up on an opportunity like this to sing, but I also know that this occasion deals in history and all things historical. I remember attending many shows run by the St. Louis Wrestling Club at the Kiel Auditorium. And at the beginning of every show was a stirring rendition of the national anthem. What made it most memorable was that the recording version was recorded in 1961. It was recorded by a group most of you should know, called the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Through the magic of the internet and in the tradition of history in St. Louis wrestling, here's that version. Will everyone please rise if you can and enjoy our national anthem. You're gonna make me sing it anyway, huh?
And to
Fix it,
Lou.
Lou.
Fashion we have
What does sound good?
Tom, I'll tag it.
Yes or what? Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Tom. Your check is in the mail. So as you may have noticed, the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is continuing to expand the history of the independent professional wrestling scene here in St. Louis. We have a wide variety of historical items and banners on display today that represent the history of independent St. Louis wrestling. To begin today's festivities, please welcome to the podium the Executive Director of the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jim Harris.
Yeah, all right. Welcome, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming today and supporting what we are here trying to do to support the legacy of those who came before us. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you being here to help support our goals and our needs that we're trying to hit. We started this back in 2018. Started off with getting Mr. Tony Costa put in there, and then surprisingly Herb Simmons put him in right behind. And it's been growing ever since. Every year it gets bigger, it gets better. We got memorabilia here that you won't see anywhere else anytime anymore. And we got a lot of great people here, a lot of great families, a lot of great wrestlers here. And before I go on any farther, I'm required to allow my wife to come up here and speak. Now, this is a first. So be afraid. Help me welcome Eleanor Harris.
I'd just like to thank everybody for coming out. There was some hard work to this. I appreciate Nikki, Luke, Paul, Cheryl, John, for all the hard work everybody's done to get this together for James. It's a lot of dedication to everybody pull together and get it all together. So we appreciate everybody showing up and coming out. Thank you.
So a few announcements. Extreme Kim Chi, we all know. She has now been brought up. She's now the Assistant Executive Director. We also want to say welcome to our new historian, Patrick Graham. And we also want to say welcome to Renee Martinez, who is now going to help us out online. Right now, you're actually live. So be nice. Behave yourselves. So again, thank you and welcome to the board. And we do have one other person that's not here. You haven't seen it yet. We do have an attorney on the board. And that's Devin J. Alexander, Esquire. And I'm going to announce that we are now registered as a 501c. This hall goes right back into this hall. Nobody here gets paid. Not one dime goes in anybody's pocket. Every dime goes right back into this hall so we can do that. So every time you buy a piece of merchandise, pins, it's all going to help pay for this hall, for these plaques, and for us to keep doing what our mission is and celebrate those that came before us. So again, thank you for being here. And we're gonna get ready to get things rolling. So as soon as our young lady from Andres is ready, we'll get things moving. And for those that don't understand, we are on a time frame. Hey, not to break Robert's records. So do not even try it. All right? So again, thank you guys and welcome. We appreciate you so much.
We would also like to say thank you to all the great sponsors and our media outlets that have helped provide coverage of this year's ceremony. If you look at your event program, you will see all of them. Now, at this time, I'm sure a lot of you are hungry, so we will begin our luncheon, and we'll reconvene for the ceremony at approximately 1:55. So, have fun, everybody, and thank you all for coming.
We're tossing this out so much.
Keep my sanity and not have to worry Brian, need
Instead, I think that would better. And now it's crooked, Tim. Thanks. Oh, yeah. If you're ever low on donkey, you guys run up to right over there.
So your mom's gonna come back here.
This bag is my start.
That's amazing. No, no. You're like a donut.
How you been doing today?
What's going on, man? Yeah, man. Good to see you out here.
We gotta get a picture.
Get there. Okay. Gotcha. I'm not trying to be out. There we go. Let me know if you can hear that. When it switches to the dining room cam, let me know if you can hear anything now.
Yeah, got it.
You do?
Got it.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can do something
They
here.
just started to say live stream too.
Yes. So it means it probably didn't catch. Let's catch it now. See if we can do this. Let's do this, Tom. See if it makes its way all the way around a UMA. Come on, all the way, baby. I know it was catching when. Hey, there we go. There we go. So it goes about as far as you do. That's about it.
And it's 74. That's as far as I can go.
Yeah, of course it is. Always a good time here at the hall. Let's see if we can go the other way. Everybody gets to go on this cruise with us. What's the latest comment there? Thank you guys for chiming in, by the way. We love it. Love the feedback from everybody tuning in. Oh, there we go. Yeah, how about now? Hey, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? Sorry about the audio issues. Like I said, yes. Hey, everybody. You guys were seeing me, probably not hearing me. No worries. We'll just cut all that out in post, right? Hey, guys, your boy the Night Out from the Wrestle Talk podcast. What's up?
Did you get the national anthem?
We did get the national anthem because the microphone on that camera works great. Clearly, the microphone in my ear does not. Yeah. Actually, let's hear from the audience. Did you guys hear the national anthem? And on a scale from 1 to 1,000,000, do you give Tom 2 million? I think he deserves it. There he is, my guy, Tom Simon. Just really quick, Tom, I'm going to go over this here since you're sitting with me. We started off the show hearing from our maestro, Jeremy Carby, who's going to be hosting tonight's show. Obviously, he did a tremendous job. Before that, we had the one and only Tom Simon. There was some confusion regarding the projector issue. I think it was a special treat. A special treat to be able to hear you sing the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you for giving us that. And that'll go in the memory bank for everybody.
I wasn't planning on it.
And it wasn't a setup, I swear. Other than if Luke Roberts said it, we may have set it up.
That's okay.
Sorry, we're not being sponsored by that coffee company, so they don't get any free advertisement here. Anyway, guys, so we heard from Tom Simon, went right into Jeremy Carb, and then, of course, we heard from our executive director, the one and only Jimmy Harris. Now, obviously, you see him everywhere he goes. He's got that big, beautiful Stetson on, and plays a big part in making this happen. Him, his wonderful family, the rest of the team. Obviously, just honored to be here and get to be in the presence of so many talented people. Just very, very quickly here, and feel free to chime in. The President's Award here tonight. First inductee going to Johnny Ramirez. The inductor will be Jimmy Harris. A sentence or two on Johnny, if you have any history with him.
Oh, yeah, Johnny Ramirez was. I watched him on TV a lot because he was one of the referees at Wrestling at the Chase.
Very cool.
So if you watched Wrestling at the Chase back in the days, where
still on YouTube, guys.
Larry Madison and Mickey Garagiola were on commentary. When those guys were on, Johnny was one of the 3 referees. Larry Smith was one of the referees, and it was great. The important thing is Johnny was one of the guys, and he was originally from Fairmount City.
There you go, guys.
Illinois.
There you go.
And the last time I saw him was he was refereeing mud wrestling at PT. Now,
mud wrestling.
people around here will know what PTs is, but it was one of those things. Hey, we need a guy who looks like a referee.
And he pulled it off.
I got it.
I got it. Did he know how to count to 3? That's the real question.
That's right.
Of course he did. One of the best. Moving on from Johnny, guys, we're going to be inducting our guy, Marcus Mansfield. He'll be inducted by J.D. Hall. Just briefly, anything on Marcus?
I've worked with Marcus before. The last time I saw Marcus was in the Cardinal game.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I saw you in your Cardinal shirt yesterday showing off. It was very nice.
We were both there. We just happened to run into each other. But Marcus Mansfield, I'm sure they'll tell the story. He was instrumental in getting Glenn Jacobs to the Shield Center.
A.K.A. Kane.
He was really instrumental in getting tickets to the Steel Center. Otherwise, there would have been no Kane for the. Most sweet DDT, and it's on a
Sweet DDT. I don't think I've ever heard of a DDT called sweet.
It's on a YouTube video that I got called Rev Tom Gets Killed Part 2.
Rev Tom Gets Killed Part 2. Make sure you guys look that up. All right, moving on.
All righty, everybody.
We're getting started, guys. Let's go. It's gonna be an
Welcome back to
amazing
the
event. This is gonna
2026
be incredible. Thank you guys for tuning in. Like,
Independence
still time to get down here, guys.
Ceremony.
Get through. You get an amazing show. Thank you guys.
Hope everybody had a great meal.
Professional Hall of Fame induction of
So let's
2026.
get
Let's
this
go.
induction ceremony started, shall we?
So my guy, the
Now
maestro.
we start with our first inductee, that being Johnny Ramirez.
Yeah.
Here to present the first of 2 President's Awards this evening, and to induct Johnny Ramirez into the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is the Executive Director of the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, big time Jim Harris.
All right, so I'll show you guys how to do this quickly so you all understand. Johnny Ramirez was well known throughout the Midwest area. Johnny's an accomplished wrestler and a referee, so he did both sides. You go on YouTube, you'll find him out there. He's got plenty of videos out there it's amazing to watch. And he's worked this area for a long time, so a lot of people here know just and what he has done. Johnny's competed his actual wrestling lines at NWA, we know that. He's worked out with Wrestling Chase. He also was part of the Central States Wrestling Group, Southwest Sports, St. Louis Wrestling Club. Johnny competed with such wrestlers as Skander Akbar, Bill Miller, Sonny Myers, Pat O'Connor, Bob Geigel, Angelo Popo, Joe Blanchard, and the Crusher. And he worked on a lot of independent scenes, a lot of us know him. We talked to him not as much as I'd love to talk to him. But somebody that can really talk about him, I'm going to bring him up here, Mr. Herb Simmons.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. I didn't know I was going to be asked to speak until I got here today. Jim asked me to speak a little bit on Johnny Ramirez. That's probably because I'm the oldest one that had the opportunity to work with Johnny many years ago at South Broadway Athletic Club. And he did a lot of work for Southern Illinois Championship Wrestling. I actually knew Johnny before that, and then even after his career in the wrestling business. He was one of the St. Louis Wrestling Club's favorite wrestlers. Sam Muchnick really liked Johnny because he was so professional in the ring and outside of the ring. He ended up being the best dressed doorman at Roxy's nightclub in Brooklyn, Illinois. All you had to do was go down there when they were talking about, man, the guy was at the door checking tickets and had bling bling on, and right away you knew they were talking about Johnny Ramirez. And then after that, he started managing a Shell gas station in Kaysville, Illinois, where we used to take our vehicles to when I was running an ambulance service. And he would be out there pumping gas for us. But as Jim said, Johnny refereed some of the greatest matches. I got all the St. Louis wrestling footage where Johnny is in action in there, him and Joe Tanquero and Joe Shaneberger and people like that. So very well deserving of Johnny to be among this elite class of men and women going into this Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame. And give yourself all around applause in this organization. It is just it's a phenomenal
that everybody can come together, contribute to the men and women that continue to build on that foundation, like people like Johnny Ramirez and others that have been inducted in this Hall of Fame. Thank you very much and enjoy your day.
And so with that, Johnny Ramirez is now officially a member of the St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Herb. And congratulations once again to Johnny Ramirez for everything he did for the professional wrestling industry, especially here in St. Louis. Speaking of inductees, our next inductee was known for having the gift of gab. He was known also as a referee that stood for the law and order, a manager with an amazing fashion sense, and as a promoter who genuinely wanted the history of professional wrestling in St. Louis to continue to become what it is today. Here to induct Black Glove Butch Fletcher into the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is 2025 Hall of Famer Doc Lombardi.
This wrestling stuff does it. Beat you to death. Okay, congratulations to the inductee Butch. Thank all you guys for coming today. One for some of you guys be here. Let's get to it. Butch career spanned over 30 plus years. That's a long time. He worked for various organizations, had a successful organization. He started out as a photographer. Of all things, wrestling has changed. How cool could that be? He was a wrestler, a referee, commentator, ring announcer. Matter of fact, back in the day, he was one of my mentors. Taught me a lot of this business. And in my gimmick, my character, I wanted to incorporate something that Butch did for years. And that was the black belt. Even though I did a biker gimmick, that's why I did the black belt. So, without further ado, I would like to induct at this time Black Belt. Well, we had a lot of
Well, first off, sit down here. I love my hair girl for this, by the way. I really kind of regret it now, but you know, it's just incredible that. Well, first off, it's incredible. I never imagined myself ever being here. Second off, I look at the people who've been inducted in this Hall of Fame. It's people I've worked with, people I've had the opportunity to watch, grow up with, and grow with, and watch them start and continue in the career of wrestling, continuing their families, their children, having their children go into wrestling. And it's an incredible feeling to think we refer ourselves as family here. I gotta move this up a little bit because it's starting to bother my back here. But we call ourselves family here, but it's a lot truer than you think, because we watch our people grow up, and we live basically laugh and cry and live and die, even with everybody around. So many people that were before me that are not able to be here today. And if I could take a second, I'd really like to take a second and acknowledge the people who are not with us anymore, but who are still the people who helped pave our way. If we could get a round of applause for somebody. I'm sure we all have a mentor that's not here. I hope they're keeping track of my time here, by the way, too, because we don't have a timekeeper or anything. So,
Just been on since the beginning.
I had Destry one of them, and he was telling me, "Yeah, you've been 4 minutes, man." Yeah, shut up. I mean, it's 30. Basically, I can't figure out if it's. Yeah, I know it's well over 30, 38 years, but I had some times when I wasn't there. But the people who got me started, there's so many of them that aren't here now. I'm kind of sad to see that not here, but at the same vein, I'm kind of proud to try to help bring a little bit of the tradition to the sport I loved. I loved it since I was a kid. I grew up watching it, as probably most of you, if not all of you, grew up watching wrestling at the Chase. And the incredible, going back to George Abel, Sam Miniker. Let's see, George Abel, Sam Miniker, Larry Matisick, and I'll leave it at that because I'm old, I can't remember a whole lot. But there's been so many people who've been so kind. They say, "Oh, but you got me started." I'm like, "No, you got yourself started. You had to step up there." Me, I wrestled briefly a little bit. It wasn't my main forte. I was actually more of a manager back in the stage, backstage guy. But you guys did it, because if you go out there in front of a crowd, which is really scary for some people, and you stink, they're gonna let you know. Wrestling fans are brutal, man. They are brutal, believe me. And if you're not getting over with them, they'll let you know, and they'll let you know with their pocketbook too. And you'll eventually find yourself put out of work. So those of you who stay here, you've obviously found the right combination. You've obviously found hopefully the right way to do it. There's been a lot of places where you can learn, not always the right way to learn. And I can say that it's and I'll use the word in this case, I'll use the word incestuous, because guys are trained by people who weren't properly trained, who go on to train other people, and it turns into something starts with cluster, and I won't say the rest of it. But there's guys up here who basically they carry the flag for us. They carry on the tradition that we so envisioned that we wanted for this area. Not only for the area, but for the sport. And I look at the people who are in the Hall of Fame, people I grew up watching on television, watching at shows, and watching everywhere else too, watching him in person as my friends, as my coworkers, my colleagues, as my family. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who has ever, even so much as watched a videotape of me, or me and my guys, Because I tell you what, without the guys, the managers aren't nothing. The promoters aren't anything. You know, we're without the guys being there to draw the crowds, it just isn't happening. And that's why I want to say to all you people a very heartfelt thanks for making this one of the main events in my life. And that's it, basically. I'll move on now. Oh, I did forget something though. While we're doing this here. I got so wrapped up in this, I forgot one major thing. I've got to do this one more time because it's been so much of a thing with my name being Black Glove, which is a name that Frank Reed gave me. But got to put it on one more time because, guys, that's it. This is high. This is how high. It's probably one of the most important days of my life outside of my children being born by getting married. The second time too. Thank you everybody. I love you all. And hopefully we'll work together.
Damn, that took a long time.
All right, folks, let's give a big round of applause once again to Punch Clutch Show, ladies and gentlemen. I do have a couple quick programming notes that were given to me. If you are an inductee or an inductor, please just speak close to the mic. Also, because of time, I have cut out most of Luke's speech, so we will be good. Alrighty, now, our next inductee is known for having been the consummate professional inside the squared circle. He was known for being a trainer, a mentor, and a promoter. Marcus Mansfield was a caring friend, a loving father, and an individual who genuinely cared about everyone he ever came in contact with. He can also say that he was one of the first trainers and road partners with WWE Hall of Famer Kane. Whether it was inside or outside of the ring, one thing is for certain. Marcus Mansfield was a class act in every sense of the word. Here to induct every lady's fantasy, Marcus Mansfield into the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame. is J.D. Hall.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. J.D. Hall, a wrestling name. I've wrestled for 10 years. I'm Corey. I'm up here to talk about my friend Mark. Some of you may know him as Malachi Manson from when he first started in the early 90s. He went on to be Marcus Mansfield. You know, Mark is a Hall of Fame guy outside of the ring. Mark was a Hall of Fame performer inside the ring. He was a promoter, wrestler. I mean, he did it all, and we miss him a lot. I think the first thing he would say if he was up here he would thank his God. He would say all things are possible through Jesus Christ. He would thank his family, Carla, his children, Savannah, Lexi, and Blake, his in-laws, Carl and Barbara Tulloch, his sister Sherry, and family members that have passed away, his mom and dad, Fred and Bonnie Morton, sister Becky Morton, and his nephew. Some of you may have known him as Bubba Baker. Some of you may have known him as Bobby Mansfield. Leo Schneider, who's also passed on. The first time I met Mark, it was 1995. Mark had already been in business for about 4 years, and I was 16 years old, and I was kind of a hellion, and my mom had called him because Mark was a family friend, and seen if Mark could do something, because she knew that I liked wrestling, and see if he could do something to kind of get me away from the crowd that I was running with. So Mark called. I had just gotten home from the juvenile hall in St. Charles County, and there was a voicemail, or there was a voice on the answering machine from Mark, saying, "Hey, come down and meet me at my house. We'll talk about it." So I went to Mark's house thinking, this is 1995, and my pictures of wrestlers are The Undertaker, the Road Warriors. I'm expecting this badass to open up the door, right? So when the door opens, and this guy's wearing a pastel polo shirt, plaid shorts with the shirt tucked in, some boat shoes, and I know like 90% of you all had one of these, a fanny pack. I said, what the hell is this? And what the hell it was 26 years of friendship inside and outside the ring. That Mark was there to kind of guide me out of that dark part of my life, and wrestling helped me get over that bridge and into where I am now as a person. And I cannot thank Mark and Carla enough for like putting up with me basically all those years in the car, hanging out with them. They were a godsend. But as we were talking about Mark, Mark started, I want to say 91, him and Glenn working together, Glenn Kane, we're working together in Bowling Green, Missouri. I forget which one brought it up, but it was like, I think I'd like to do that. And Mark was like, well, if you do it, I'll do it. And somehow they got hooked up with the Night Stalker, I believe. Yeah, somewhere over in mid-Missouri, and they started their training in a barn. And for 26 years, Mark promoted, Mark wrestled, Mark set up rings, Mark took down rings, Mark hung posters, Mark did promo, worked on the radio. Mark did everything in this business that you could do. Won numerous championships. He wrestled for a lot of independent groups throughout the Midwest. He loved wrestling as a kid growing up, and it was a dream for him to get to do what a lot of us have gotten to do. And I think that's the one thing that brings us all together in this room, is that we all got to do something a lot of people didn't do. Is we got to pursue a dream, and we got to achieve something with that dream. And a lot of people will say they want to do it, but they won't take that step to do it. So the part, in Mark's personal life, just a heck of a guy. Worked with people with mental and physical disabilities for almost 30 years. Mark was a champion for him. Mark would go out of his way to help people, and we miss him so much. On the personal side, he loved going to the beach, loved warm weather, loved his family. We went to several WrestleManias together, went on several road trips. We do trivia. One road trip where Carla flew down to Florida, and Mark talked me into driving down with him and 5 small kids in a minivan from here to Orlando, Florida. And I'm not sure I didn't want kids less than when we got back. So I have 2 of my own now. But I think he would really want everybody to know that the spouses, the husbands, the wives, and the kids, there should be a special wing in every wrestling Hall of Fame for them, because of the time that they also sacrifice for the husbands and the performers to be able to pursue their dream. I'm sure Carla would have rather been anywhere than at the Armory on a Saturday for 12 hours, at a parking lot, at a flea market, at a county fair. For Carla and the kids to sacrifice, for Mark to be able to pursue that, I cannot say enough. And for Scott to step up since Mark's been gone. Scott stepped into a tough spot. It was a tough spot to get over, as they say in the wrestling business. And got over with the family, kind of even the waters there, and we really appreciate Scott and what he's been able to do for his family. Kind of in closing, I think about Mark every day. It'll be, believe it or not, it'll be 5 years, 2 weeks from today since Mark passed. Think about him every day. Anytime I see something pop up on social media about wrestling, I pick up my phone and I'm like, because we text back and forth all the time. So miss Mark so much. I know there's a lot of you that are out there that work for Mark, work with Mark, and then miss Mark as much as the rest of us do. But at this time, I would just like to invite Carla up to accept the award. And I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very emotional night for us. And I was gonna initially do the induction, and I said it's too emotional for me. And asked Corey to do it. He spent a lot of time, as he said, with Mark and our family. And he too turned out to be a fine young man in his own right in the wrestling world and the real world too. As I look out, I see so many familiar faces. I see family, and we have spent a lot of hours, miles, moments together. So lots of tears, lots of laughter, lots of joy, and I wish Mark was here, but he is not. And I'm thankful for those who are honoring him and remembering him tonight. So on his behalf and behalf of our family, I'm here to accept this award and induction for him. Thank you guys.
Let's have another round of applause for Marcus Mansfield, everybody. Man, oh man, what can I say about our next inductee? He gave over 30 years to professional wrestling. The wars that the Beast has had with the likes of Billy Bob, Harsh, and Izzy Blackwell, and others were the stuff of legend. There's not a town that the Beast wrestled in that does not remember him. Hopefully in good ways. As I was studying for my role today, I've also learned that the Beast, despite all his wild antics, is also a great singer and a huge fan of Tom Jones. Now, when you look at the career of the Beast, one thing is for certain. He has most definitely left his mark on the history of independent professional wrestling here in St. Louis. Here to induct Mr. Beast, or the Beast, in the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is his longtime manager and dear friend, Mr. GQ.
You know, I had so much more to say, but Luke Roberts' speech is so long from last year, so we had to have a lot of time cut for this. And because there's a lot of people here that probably shouldn't hear some of the stories, we had to really cut out a lot of that. So we won't talk about scorpions or hot tubs here. So here we go. If you ever felt the ground shake in St. Louis, it's probably the Beast entering the ring. We traveled together off and on for almost 27 years, and let me tell you, traveling with him wasn't just a trip, it was an experience. We went through cities, small towns, and places we probably had no business being in. And everywhere we went, he taught you something. Not just how to pick up people with Tom Jones, or how to survive getting stabbed with a fork at a buffet, but he taught you the business. He taught you how to survive the road, how to be professional, how to read a crowd, and how to get better. A lot of people in this business had the Beast to thank for who they became, because he wasn't just a wrestler, he was a mentor and a teacher. He was Uncle Beast or brother to some. He didn't just fight opponents, he fought barriers. We dealt with both sides of racism on the road, but we drew our lines together, whether it was being a little uneasy as a group of bikers walked up to the car. Luckily, they were expecting us for a biker bar show. Or walking into a bar where music stopped and you realized really quick that you stood out. And we always had each other's backs no matter where we were. We knew we were good. And with Beast, you didn't just travel together, you stood together. But through all of that, he also taught us how to laugh. Like his legendary sense of direction, getting lost, asking a cop in his car by a cornfield that he was sleeping at the time for directions. And I was wondering if we were going to get shot at some point. Or somehow ending up at the arch when he was supposed to be somewhere halfway across the town. And who could forget the magazine, the adult flavored magazine, we'll just say, keep it like that, where he was mentioned in it, and it was probably one of the only times he was ever carrying a magazine just for the article alone. He taught us how to have fun, not to be boring, how to laugh, even in locker rooms that made you mad, made you want to quit. I never forget we were signing autographs in Hannibal for one of the shows that Mark is actually helping promote. And they announced that the MPW was in the Scorpio section signing autographs, and then Barbie was signing autographs in the toilet section. Me and Beast looked at each other, got up, and we walked over to the toy section to get a picture with Barbie. And that girl was scared senseless when you see a big guy coming with a kendo stick and another guy carrying a teddy bear. Or the time at Pasta House that all of us were laughing so hard we almost choked, and he was trying to explain to Izzy some kind of weed code and everything, and Izzy just wasn't getting it. It was always a privilege to work with the Beast, because when I was with him, I always knew exactly what we were doing. He was always someone easy to work with, and he made his opponents look strong and like a star. He kept me strong under his wing and felt like we could handle anything, and trust me, always learned the hard way not to handcuff two big guys together in a cage and expect it to go smoothly whatsoever. And beyond the ring, he became family. He welcomed me into his, and I welcomed him into mine, despite being afraid of my mom. He was 3 days late arriving for my wedding. And he was the best man to it, by the way. She loved him like family. She knew Beast, or Hubert as she called him, when she was angry. But he knew he would keep me safe on the road.
And luckily, she never saw any of the Jerry Springer episodes that he was on. When the Beast introduced Adrian in his final match, I wasn't shocked, I was just proud, and I accepted Adrian right then and there because Beast always taught and shown everyone acceptance and lifting people up. That's what he did in and out of the ring. But today we celebrate a legend and the bond he lives with us that's stronger than any match. The man who teaches brotherhood and means it, whether you know him as Hubert Simpson, Little Mo D, or the man from the Sudan, you know exactly who he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the next inductee in the St. Louis Independent Wrestling Hall of Fame, my brother, my friend, the Beast. We're going to put this Beast way. I think we made each other cry.
Oh, yeah, excuse me, as I get older, I'm becoming a big soft. When I received the call last year about being inducted, I was lost at words. I didn't think my 36-year career would be this well recognized by all my peers, the fans, some of the greatest superstar legends that I've stepped in the ring with. From the Morton family to Butch Fletcher, his wife, to Herb Simmons, you name it. I've wrestled for a lot of great companies. Tom Simon, he can tell you the best DDT he ever had in his wrestling career. And a lot of people thought when they see me in the locker room, this is one BAMO. And when they found out that I was the biggest teddy bear, they settled down. But when I went out there, I didn't do it for myself. I did it for the fans because, a short story, I didn't want to be a wrestler, to tell you the God honest truth. I was studying to become a priest. And every Sunday, when I would come home with my grandmother from church, she would close her room door, and I would hear her say every sailor word in the book. And I just happened to peek in, and what caught my eye was Nature Boy Ric Flair and American Dream Dusty Rhodes. And my grandmother was like, oh God, your mom and dad are gonna get you for having you watch it. And from that point on, that's when I turned over my faith. I still believe in God. I just recently got baptized. I've been reborn. It's been a hard journey. As GQ was saying, I did come out as being gay. My partner's here. He's been a big support for me. I just want to thank him for the 5 years that we've been together. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be standing up there talking to you guys today. I was near death twice. I've come down with vertigo and congestive heart failure. But by the thank of God and Adrian and the people that love me, kept me motivated, called me every day, I thank you. And with this award, it's not for me, it's for you and it's for the fans. I busted my, excuse my language, ass to get here, and thank you guys for this induction. It really means the world to me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
The Beast, ladies and gentlemen. It is now time for our second President's Award winner of the evening and for this year's class. When you hear the name, the valedictorian, key on option in professional wrestling, you think of a great professional wrestler who gave so much time and energy into making each match she was in special. The bonds that many of us here have with key on option are ones that we will treasure for the rest of our lives. Our next inductors have had many problems inside the ring for years. Ever since Big Vic happened to crush Luke Roberts in the corner after a match he officiated and stole one of his shoes, of course. However, when the announcement was made that Key on Option would be receiving this award today, they were more than willing to put aside their differences, if only just for one day, to be able to celebrate the legacy of Key on Option together. So, ladies and gentlemen, here to present the second President's Award and to induct the valedictorian Key on Option into the independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame. It is my pleasure to introduce Agents of Chaos member Big Vic and independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame media coordinator and Hall of Famer, Luke Roberts. Remember, Luke, time limit.
Okay, I just got up on the stage. I'm leery because just kind of walking around here, he got his hand behind his back. I don't know what the. Hey, it's my shoe. I guess there is proof that in the world of professional wrestling you can make amends even for one day. Good afternoon. Today we stand here and recognize the accomplishments that professional wrestlers have made to the independent St. Louis professional wrestling community. It's our honor today to talk about a great man, both inside and outside the ring. Many of you knew him as valedictorian Key on Option. But to those of us that stepped in the squared circle in any locker room with him, we knew him as Brian Lake.
All right. Brian was just more than a talented wrestler. He was a locker room leader who looked out for everyone backstage. He was always there with a kind word, real guidance for the younger guys coming up. I remember him pulling me aside for our first time working together and telling me, "You're a big man. You have the size. Now go out there and make people believe it." Those words pushed me to step up my game and carry myself more than I ever had in my career. He had an incredible run in Dynamo Pro Wrestling, most notably one half the Dynamo Pro Tag Team Champions, holding those titles for 379 days with Justin Pierre, straps down University. For him to accomplish that, it showed the heart that he brought to this business every single night. Then, in one night in October 2017, Justin and Keon gave two kids who were new to the St. Louis scene the biggest rub they ever got. That night, that impressive streak came to an end. When my tag partner and I got backstage, Brian pulled us aside and said, "Keep going. Don't stop. Don't let up. Keep going." I want to share one more thing about Brian. Having done our first match together, also in 2017. Before it went out, Brian pulled me aside and said, "I'm going to hit you with my finish at the beginning of the match. And you're going to power out of it right as I'm hitting it. You look like an absolute beast, and you need to do this." He wanted to give me that big moment. He understood the business. He could see the big picture. He elevated everyone around him, both in the ring and out of the ring. He was a true light in what sometimes can be a very dark and lonely business. Brian gave everything he had in professional wrestling.
Inside the famed squared circle, Keon Option is what many people would refer to as a mechanic. He was someone that you could count on to have a great match every time he stepped through the curtain. However, what many people don't know is how much of a role model Brian was to everyone who ever came in contact with him. Brian was a leader. He started Alpha Omega Theta National Christian Fraternity. He ran for the Missouri House of Representatives. He was a former NAACP president and an Army National Guard officer candidate. Brian Light was a man who stood upon his faith, made sure that the world would be a better place. Today on my drive here, I made a stop at Jefferson Barracks, just a few minutes down the road. It's hard to believe that 7 years ago this week, Brian left us. But one thing I will always remember about Brian was he showed us what it meant to be a friend, a leader, a role model, and a man who stood true for everyone and everything that he came in contact with.
Just real quick, everyone that's in here, if you shared the ring with Brian, worked with Brian, please stand up for me just real quick. I don't care if you're a worker, if you're a promoter, trainer, whatever. If his family can look around and see the people that he touched with his presence, this will make my next words make much more sense. Brian was a mentor, a leader, and a genuine friend to so many of us. Lord knows there are plenty of people out here tonight, the ones that are standing, that knew him better than I or Luke ever did. People who could go on even more in depth of how amazing of a man he was. It is our privilege to present the President's Award to Brian Light, better known as Keon Option. Accepting for Brian is Alicia Light.
I don't know what they are.
Hello, I am Brian's wife. This is Brian's sister Kim. First and foremost, just want to say thank you. What started as a character on a video game was able to be realized to you all. So thank you. And also, this allowed him to live his dream without fully sacrificing his game, which was so important to him. And I was doing good. We're back in. Okay. He valued being an uncle. He valued serving his church. He valued serving people. He worked for the state, gave that job up so he could run. Like, this man loved to serve people. So the fact that you all got to experience his life was him in service. So thank you for all of this. Thank you for this honor, Cynthia. Okay, go for it.
So much has already been said about Brian. One thing I just want to say, as his sister, I always, I am an older sister. I did look up to him because he was a man of faith. He was a man of courage. He was a man of conviction and passion. And somebody said it earlier, he also took action. So many of us have ideas, we have dreams, we have things that are seeds inside of us, and we don't put the action into it. But when I look at my brother's life, I see a man that said, you know what? I've been wanting to be a wrestler since I was a little boy. And one day he just woke up and said, I'm gonna do it. And so I just encourage any of you, if you've been touched by the life of Keon Option, if there's something that God has put inside of you, wake up one morning and decide, I'm going to do it. I thank you all for being here, and I thank you all, the board of directors, for really just giving us this opportunity to come back and rally around and remember good old Keon option. And we joked earlier, we don't have any canisters of confetti, but we're not gonna do that today. But if you remember him, you remember that he enjoyed the pageantry of wrestling. He enjoyed bringing joy and life to the fans. So let's just remember that and keep a smile on your face as we remember Brian Light. Thank you.
Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the valedictorian himself, Keon Options. Now, at this time, we're gonna do something a little different. Please turn your attention to the video board for a special announcement that we have.
IT issue.
Oh, we don't have that? Okay. Now turn back this way. Okay. So, our next inductee has truly done it all. Tom Simon. Tom Simon has been a roller derby announcer, an Army veteran, a musician, a referee, a competitor, an announcer, a production crew member, a writer. Man, I can go on for days talking about all his accomplishments. But Tom Simon also has been heavily involved with the CAC and the STL Hall of Fame in a variety of roles as well. When I think about the award that Tom Simon is receiving today, I can truly say that the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame made a great selection regarding who should be honored with the Pete Parisi Award this year. Here to present the Pete Parisi Award and to induct Tom Simon into the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is former wrestler, promoter, and longtime professional wrestling personality, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Murphy.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Steve Murphy. Some of you know me, some of you have just met today, but it's an honor to be here, and I thank Tom for asking me to help induct him into the Hall of Fame today. What I'm about to say were some words that I wrote a while ago in preparation for this, and you're going to hear a lot of common themes, but that's for good reason, because this is the Independent Wrestling Hall of Fame, and the bar is not supposed to be low for the people we honor here. So, with that in mind, great to be in front of so many family members here today. And yes, I said family. Some of you I haven't seen in quite a while, but for anyone who's been behind the curtain, you know what I mean when I say family. Whether you're in the ring, behind the scenes, or supporting someone who's involved with the business, so glad you're here today, because that's what makes you part of this family. I myself have been behind the curtain for about 36 years. It was right about this time of year in 1990. I met a man who looked to be about 5 foot tall, weighed about 150 pounds. His name was Bama Bodine. I was working as a 16-year-old usher at the old arena, a job I took to get backstage at various events, and he was working B&D security, if you can believe that. We got to chat, and I could hardly believe him when he said he was a pro wrestler. Yes, before he was a referee, many of you probably remember he was a wrestler. And he invited me to an upcoming show September 8th of that year, back in 1990 in Montgomery City. I almost turned him down. That was the date of the next WCW show that was coming to St. Louis, and Nick Ridenauer had me hooked up with free tickets for hanging posters for WCW at the time. But knowing full well I wanted more than anything to break into this business, I knew I should take the opportunity to get behind the curtain. And then I decided to skip the WCW event for Bama's show. So I left my 1982 Toyota Corolla with a leaky water pump, literally just a few blocks from here, to Montgomery City, Missouri, that afternoon of the event. Once I got there, I knew my world was about to change. The guy running the show was a guy named TC, a name you heard earlier. We met at his house training, at his house and got what they call his training ring for the first time in my life. It was inside a decrepit pole barn, and I was hooked. TC wrestled later that night as a character, the Night Stalker, but that wouldn't be the only character I'd meet that day. Not telling you anything new when I say this business is filled with characters, though. That night, I also met a character who claimed to be every woman's fantasy. That was years before you'd get to know him as Lunatic Max. Pretty sure Black Glove Butch Fletcher was on that show, too. And several others are probably in the room back in Montgomery City. Back then, I met Mark Morton. He was a glamour boy. Wasn't much later than that. Guys like Attila Khan. At one point, he was the embodiment of Severed Five. I remember Luke Roberts when he was heavily into techno music. And the Beast when he wasn't sending me to the hospital, and that's a shoot. You know, he was an up-and-coming rapper. GQ mentioned it, Little Mo D. He sent me to go see the doctor. In roughly 5 years in the ring myself, I played a few characters as well. After training with the Hall of Famer Dr. Blood, I was the masked equalizer for a bit under promoter Henry Hubbard. I became the chiropractor in the Esquire under Frank Reed. For a handful of other promoters, I was a pool hustling Steve the Stick Rackman. One night, I was even Doink the Clown in Quincy, Illinois, facing off against one of tonight's honorees, Mark Morton. That was a tag match I'll never forget. But soon I came to believe the St. Louis wrestling scene had some room for improvement in the mid-90s, let's say. So I stepped out of the ring and decided to form my own promotion. With the help of a few friends, we launched the Mississippi Valley Wrestling Alliance. And the MVWA is where Tom Simon came onto the scene almost 30 years ago. What began as a promotional gimmick turned into a goldmine for some of the wrestlers who helped define the next decade and beyond in the St. Louis wrestling scene. September 20th, 1997 was the date, and we held open tryouts prior to the show where Harley Race himself crowned our first Missouri State champion. Along with Eric Harsh, Izzy Blackwell, the Met Maniac, and a few others you might know, a former roller derby referee named Tom Side showed up that day for the tryouts. We cracked the door to behind the scenes just a little bit to get some interest in our brand of wrestling at the time, and these guys collectively kicked the door off the hinges. I can't tell you how proud I am to have worked with so much up-and-coming talent in that era. They all developed characters that were fun, marketable, and creative. Some panned out, some didn't. But there were so many characters in this business we love, like Tom Side, who had become Tom Simon, the referee. And he is the reason I'm here today. He came in wanting to be a referee, but he also created a masked character to get into a battle royal to say he had that experience. Actually learning how to bump is probably the reason he's still walking today. If you haven't seen the infamous Pain and Agony botch, go YouTube it. Our senior referee at the time was Bama Bodine. There's that name again. He took Tom under his wing, literally showing him the ropes, and Tom was as quick of a study as I've ever seen. He just got it. A bit later, he'd also proved his versatility as a top-notch ring announcer. And behind the scenes, I'd say his roller derby pedigree served him well. He not only got it, but is a master of poking holes in storylines and helping force a continuity in booking that made everyone around him better for it, even when we hated him for it, for being right. He was never afraid to speak what was on his mind as it relates to the wrestling business. And to me, that's what defines Tom. The respect he commands not only as an official in the ring, but the respect he has for and from the business. It's carried him to easily find work throughout the Midwest and beyond. His ability and willingness to fill any role needed was and is invaluable. You see, while everyone who's been in this business can say we played a character or two, I would suggest that Tom goes beyond playing a character in this sport. Tom is a rare man of character in this sport. He's never been a me-first kind of person. He's always looking out for this family of ours and his brothers and sisters. Wrestling could certainly use a few more guys like him. Because in my book, That's the kind of character that makes a Hall of Famer. So with reverence to those who have been inducted in years gone by, and respect to others joining the Hall today, it's my distinct honor and privilege to present to you one of my best friends and brother for life, the newest member of the St. Louis Independent Wrestling Hall of Fame, senior referee, and award-winning ring announcer, Tom Simon.
I knew I liked Steve for a reason. He finally figured out how to put me over. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, fellow Hall of Famers, friends, and family. I could probably speak for an hour on all the memories I've shared and experienced in the entertainment business, but then I'd be Lou Roberts. It all started for me as a musician in the St. Louis area, playing in various VFWs, American Legions, dance halls, ballrooms, and backyards. I played in a number of bands with typical names like the Charles Wisłowski Orchestra, Jerry and the Lamplighters, the Alley Cats, and one of my favorites, the J&J Polka Lovers. But this isn't the Music Hall of Fame. However, it did give me the experience of appearing in front of crowds. And I liked that feeling. I liked a lot of things when I was young. I loved watching television when I could. Two of my favorite shows were roller derby and wrestling. And this was back in the day where if you didn't have a strong set of rabbit ears, you grew to appreciate snow on the screen. Luckily, my family had a great antenna on the roof, and we were able to watch all 5 channels in the St. Louis area. 2, 4, 5, 9, and 11. This was before cable. This was before streaming. This was before I could turn the page. This was before streaming and satellite TV. The closest I could get to replays of wrestling was dangling a microphone in front of the TV speaker hooked up to my woolen sack reel-to-reel tape recorder. A few of you will get that. So I got to hear the great George Abel, Johnny Curley, Don Cunningham, Joe Garagiola, and later on Joe's brother Mickey, and a person who would become an acquaintance and someone I had the pleasure to announce one time with, thanks to Herb, the late, great Larry Madison. Technology advanced and it was much easier to watch wrestling and roller derby. I learned a lot, especially from roller derby. Amazingly, the philosophy of storytelling in roller derby served me well. One Sunday afternoon at the Kiel Auditorium. I was a regular during my early 20s at roller derby games, and I'd spend Sunday afternoons at Kiel attending Midwest Thunderbird roller derby games. It was one such Sunday afternoon that things weren't quite right. It seems the regular announcer, a guy named Chet Coffey, some of you would know that name, he was not at the game, and one of the injured skaters was plunked down at the scorer's table to announce. At the Kiel, the scoreboard operator was a union job. So I'd sit there with him and tell him how many points each team would get at the end of each game. The announcer was very quiet and said very little. In fact, when I asked him why, he told me he didn't know how to announce. Well, the only reason he was there was because he was injured. So being the resourceful guy, and having watched very many games, I offered to help him. He couldn't give me the microphone fast enough, pushed it right over to me. So I started the type of announcing that would inspire the Thunderbirds to catch up just at the end of the first half. Pete Kelly, the quiet announcer and skater, asked me to come with him. I walked up the long ramp, and most of you know that long ramp at Kiel Auditorium. Goes all the way back to the firewall, and you make the left, and you're in the dressing rooms. As I got to that doorway, Road manager Jess Adams screamed at me, "Who told you could get on my microphone?" Well, I mentioned to him that Pete was announcing and you could hear crickets. At least the crowd was responding when I was announcing. Well, Jess, being the resourceful guy he was, told me to go back down and do the second half and keep doing it and see him after the game. That was my first taste of sports entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. I had joined the Thunderbirds and traveled around the Midwest on weekends for a couple of years. Years later, when roller derby wore out their welcome due to oversaturation, I was back in St. Louis, and there was an explosion of professional independent wrestling. Both sides of the river had promotions going, and one promotion even had their own hotline. It was the Mississippi Valley Wrestling Alliance. I was hooked. I called that hotline twice a day. Once to hear Blackjack Brown on option 1, and once to get the MBWA program. Is there anybody in this room that knows the phone number for Postline? Besides Marty. It was, of course, 314-923-2323, extension 6180 for the MBWA program. Well, one day Steve announced that they'd be having tryouts for the MBWA. And if you were interested, come to Occasions in Lehigh that Saturday afternoon. Well, he didn't have to ask me twice. I got my referee shirt, which I have to referee high school sports and things like that. My black pants and tennis shoes, and I showed up. I had never refereed wrestling in my life, but I had watched enough to know how to move around and stay out of the wrestling foot. So after my tryout, Steve asked me to stay for a wrestling show that night. And the rest, as they say, was history, including the first episode of Rick Tom Gets Killed by none other than Billy Bob and the Beast and a metal shot. Since that fateful night, I've been proud to have started the wrestling community in a variety of positions: referee, ring announcer, producer, manager, booker, travel agent, ring construction crew, and even one time, a mysterious masked wrestler by the name of MWN, which, by the way, stood for Missouri's Worst Ninja. I've had the pleasure to work in the wrestling business in a number of states, for a number of promotions, wearing a number of hats. I've recently stayed busy having refereed for 2 different promotions in my new hometown of Hot Springs, Arkansas. One thing I've always remembered to do is thank those who allowed me to share the ring with them, and thank those who value my opinion enough to ask me how their match went. I tried to pass it along when I would be asked if I knew announcers or referees or workers that would make the promotion I was working for a better place. I picked up that habit when the Atomic Dog Steve Sharp invited me to a small promotion in Arkansas called Mid-South Wrestling to watch him and them and possibly give them a hand. As it turned out, I ended up working the main event that night. It was Steve Sharp against a guy he totally blew up. And again, it was predictable. But we got through 10 minutes and we were happy, and he's still the champ. So I ended up working that main event, began the relationship with a promotion that's still on TV in Little Rock, Arkansas, this very day. Every Saturday night at 12 midnight, Traditional Championship Wrestling is on for 1 hour. Of course, these shows are 13 years old, but nobody cares. Because it was creative, it was innovative, and the production values were out of this world. We follow on Saturday night David McLean's Women of Wrestling. I couldn't think of a better lead-in for QCW. I'm still the ring announcer in the tuxedo in those TV shows. I've been proud to work for many promotions in my career, including Jason Jones, Southwest Missouri, Kevin Lawler, Jerry Boy in Memphis, and Mr. Burt Prentice in Tennessee. I still enjoy working in Las Vegas once a year during the Cauliflower Alley Club's annual reunion. 15 years with CAC has given me the chance to work with many wrestlers throughout the years and meet many more. I reached in my pocket today at my tux, and I pulled out a card And it was a card, an announcing card, because I did announcing and refereeing back then. It was an announcing card from 2016. It was for the Smash Mouth Championship. And the two competitors were 195-pound New Orleans, Louisiana native, Absolute Ricky Starks, and Mr. Moneyworth from Houston, Texas, Sammy Guevara. That's not bad for a little independent thrown together in one day show. Have guys like that come in and want to work, because they always got to work in front of people in the business. Guys would come in on Sunday, they come in anxious to work, they'd figure out who was going to work the show. Everybody got to work in one way or the other, because we had the world's largest battle royal. It was called Casino Royale, and it was run by a guy named Brian Blades, or Billy Blades. And we had easily 50 or 60 wrestlers. Of course, they didn't stay in long, because it took longer to introduce them all than it did to get them out. Anyway, I've worked with many wrestlers through the years, and I've had the opportunity to meet many, many more. My life has been full, but it wouldn't have been nearly as full without the help and support of everyone that I've worked for throughout the years. My time in sports entertainment began in 1976 and weaved its way through the last 50 years. But it wouldn't have meant anything to me without the brotherhood I learned about along the way. To you, my brothers, I say thank you, and thanks for dragging me along and sharing the fun. Thank you.
Another big round of applause for Tom Simon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as countless wrestlers and Hall of Famers and people in general have stated, our next inductee, Big Bad Ben, made a monumental impact on the St. Louis professional wrestling scene. Without the hard work, dedication, and sacrifices of Big Bad Ben, professional wrestling in our area would not be what it is today. On a national level, without the platform that is Gateway Championship Wrestling, we would not have the likes of Matt Sydal, Delirious, Mischief, Daisy Hayes, and Dingo. Here to induct Big Bad Ben into the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is 2025 Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame inductee, the Human Wrestling Ball. It says wrestling on here, which means Luke Roberts is being rescinded from the Hall of Fame. Yes, folks, the Human Wrecking Ball, Big Bad.
Get color. I just had a knife in my head a second. So I always do and say a bunch of stuff, and I'm going to skip it all so I can tell more about Ben. There's a couple random stories I'd like to tell about Ben. But first, if you've ever been on a road trip with Ben, it was surreal. If it was a 200-mile trip, you'd go 250 miles because he'd be swerving all over the road. Ben loved wrestling. I met him down at the Annex at 7th and Cave, and he told me he wanted to wrestle, and the promoter, Tony Costa, wanted him to be the Raging Cajun. And there were so many funny stories about Ben. A lot of them involved the East Side, or stakeout, or the restaurants after the gigs, or whatever it happened to be.
but I'm going to give you guys a couple of event stories that were kind of resonating with me. Ben one time told me, I just got an offer to go to the Sportatorium in Dallas and be the tag team partner of the one-man game. He went down there and did his work down there, and when he came back, I was like, how did it go? And he goes, I figured out why they wanted me. And what happened was Killer Brooks had taken over the booking. And when I saw the Sportatorium on TV, I thought it was some great palace of sports and wrestling, but it was a place where they showed cattle. So the floor was dirt, and they would put plywood down to get you to the ring. And the locker rooms were air conditioned, but the ring was not. And you could see sunlight coming in during daylight because the tin roof had holes in it. So he gets to the ring with one-man gang, and it's 98 degrees in the ring. And Ben was a big boy, and so was one-man gang. Gang was in his 40s by then. So Ben gets in, he works the first 3 minutes of the match, and he's dying. And he tags the one-man gang. And the one-man gang came in and gave like one forearm smash, and before Ben was even fully out of the ring, one-man gang tapped him on the back and tagged him back in. And Ben's like, oh my God, that's why I'm here. It's too hot, and none of the bigger guys want to work. And I'm down here because, I'm wrestling in an oven, basically. And another good story was he was in the Louisville Gardens in a 3-way dance with Rob Van Dam, Sabu. And they said, we're going to put you through a table. And they brought this table out that was made out of some kind of it was heavy oak or something. And Ben protested. He said, hey, I don't know if I'm going to go through this table. And Sabu was like, shut up, fat boy. You weigh 300 pounds. Rob and I are coming down with 250 pounds apiece. The table's going to break. And of course, the table didn't budge. And the table tipped over, and all 3 were on the ground. And Sabu and Ben were on the ground. Ben's ribs were messed up. They made eye contact, and Sabu just looked at them and said, not one. And then he swore, not one effing word, fat boy. And I remember Ben played me a phone message sent to him by Paul Orndorff. And it was like, it's you, big boy. Your tickets are a will call. I got your travel itinerary. You're coming to the show. And he actually flew out and got dressed up. And he was the backup plan in case there was a popular wrestler for ECW that they thought might not want to go out and do a job for the big show, Giant at the time, Paul White. And so Ben was fully suited up. And the previous 911, they were calling him Big Al at the time. He went out and did the job, so Ben didn't work, but he got the payday, he got the flight, he made connections, he had a good time. He wrestled in Boston for Tony Rumble, up and down the East Coast, and Ben always wanted to be in the business, succeed in the business. And when his personal dream started to kind of fade, he decided to open up Midwest Renegade Wrestling, which later became Gateway Championship Wrestling. And he got to bring in all the people that he had met. And he got to provide a training facility and an environment where guys could learn. And I remember very early on, I was one of the established guys. And I noticed that every person that was coming in had more skill than me. I'm like, oh, that guy's good. Oh, no, she's good. Oh, no, everyone's better than me now. And then it's like, nobody's mentioned Corey Twist in a while. Does anybody remember how good Corey Twist was? Pretty good. Over the last couple nights, Sadie and I have been talking about, some of the old Big Bad Ben stories. Yesterday, I went to the memorial bench. Thanks, Sean Vincent. Sean, where are you? All the work you did, man, where's you at? All right. Yeah, dude. You're hiding from me. But I have some of your ringwear with me, but I forgot to bring it, folks. So anyway, I'll get that back to you tonight or tomorrow before I leave. The memorial bench is in Wild Acres Park. And you can go sit on a bench and watch a fountain and kind of meditate, think about Zen Ben. At the end of Ben's life, he made it a point to go around to the people that he had rubbed the wrong way or disrespected and apologize. So if Ben had ever done anything to any of you that wasn't like kosher, he was going to find you and try to make amends and apologize and give you that closure. And it was like he knew that his time was short, but there was no way of knowing that. But
And I was told a story about going out to Pacific for another Hall of Fame similar to this. And it was the last time I got to see Big Bad Ben. And we went out after the induction ceremony, saw my old bass player's band, had a shot of Jägermeister. You know, a few short months later, he was gone. So I tell everyone, every time we do this, look around, make amends with people that you might have rubbed the wrong way, and tell everyone that was good to you how much you appreciated them. Because life is short, and we all want to leave this planet without any heat, except for the tree. Johnny Greenpeace's manager, Tree. If I see you, there's going to be a lot of sap. I'm telling you right now. All right, so yeah, Big Bad Ben was a phenomenal performer in the ring. He's extremely light. His biggest opponents were Cheese Stick and the English language. So that was, his promos didn't make a lot of sense, you know. But he would, we all did Big Bad Ben imitations. Almost all of us did. Oh, by the way, I keep coming back to Sean Vincent. Sean adopted Ben's last dog, the OG, who passed away about a year ago. But thanks, Sean, for that also, and just for everything you've been doing. Keep Ben's name up there. And, I mean, I don't want to start crying. I'm glad, you know, I'm not glad that some of his relatives couldn't be here today because of family emergencies. But yeah, I was thinking if I see Hoyt, I'm going to cry. If I see Leanne, I'm going to cry. If I see some of these other people, I'm going to burst out crying and stuff. So I've skipped all the stuff that I normally say this year just to kind of go down that road with Ben, and I talk about all the things that we loved about Ben. Journey on the road trips, it was Journey and Kiss, and then later at night, Lords of Acid. He would have a shopping bag full of food. He'd be eating out of that, you know, all kinds of crazy food. And he had to stop, for some reason, he had to stop to eat dinner. So we'd end up at the side of the road stopping and sitting down and eating, and then continuing down the road. And Ben loved his dogs more than anything. I'm not going to get into any of the weird, crazy stuff that we all know about Ben, because this is a family organization here, it's a family thing. But let's just say he was, if you walked into certain establishments on the east side, the DJ would stop whatever was going on and go, "The Raging Cajuns in the house." And then all the lovely lady on stage too, she'd have the Raging Cajun. And Ben was a total character. I always joke around about getting in fights in the casino clean parking structure and throwing a dead body down an elevator shaft, but that didn't happen. I swear to God, it didn't happen. So Big Bad Ben gave a lot of people their starts, like it was mentioned. Delirious, Daisy Hayes, Mischief, Matt Seidel, Dingo was in there, and then there was, you know, some of the older guys that got into the Pro Wrestling Illustrated Top 500, like Nikki Strychnine, rest in peace, Nikki Strychnine, and Nikki Strychnine, polar opposite Ty Dalton, who I'm cool with Ty now. I love Ty, he's great, and again, life is short, so if you had heat with somebody, bury the hate. Zen Ben style. Go out and just tell everybody. You know, I got to meet Marcus Mansfield out in Pacific, and I didn't know his story at all. And then that night, I kind of got a good idea of who he was. Talked about his faith, and talked about his family, his love of the business. That's what this is all about. Jimmy, thanks for doing this, man. You know, this is great. Tom, I didn't know you could sing like that. You're a perfect pitch, you know? So this is the year where I don't accuse somebody's wife of being a stripper, and I don't accuse somebody of being Jack Miller who isn't Jack Miller. And I don't, well, I guess I'll say it right now. If you look around the room, there's always, you look at all the white dudes that used to wrestle and we're all crippled. And then like the black dudes all still look good, and they all still are working. So Jason Breed in the back, brand new champion, Jason Breed. Congratulations, man. So I'm gonna say this for you: black don't crack, but crackers crumble. So again, I'm gonna finish this up really quick. Talking about what Big Bad Ben meant to all of us. When he passed away, there was so many tears, and we shared stories. And like I said, Sean mobilized the forces and got day off. a bench, memorial bench for him called the Big Bad Bench, and it's in Wild Acres Park. And we miss him every day. We miss his insane political commentary, his conspiracy theories, his terrible driving. But he was just a big-hearted guy. And he was light, he was professional, he was agile. The only fault that he ever had was he gave the other guys too many high spots. He wanted to get the other guy over too bad. And a lot of times it would have been more appropriate for him to just squash a guy. And the other thing was he tried to do some small guy moves. And it's like, you don't need to do a Hurricane Rana then. You can just go out there and choke slam somebody. It's going to be fine, But he was always wanting to give to the other guy. He wanted to bring an organization to this town where guys could showcase their talents. And basically the other thing too is I'd like to say that I think St. Louis wrestling is alive and well. Hert's been running. That's a great show. I saw CHWA last night, and I'm like blown away by the work rate and the high impact moves. And I'm still concerned about that guy that got kicked in the mouth 17 times. That was brutal. But Ben would have loved it. I think Ben, if he was around today, would say St. Louis wrestling is a really good place. And the only other thing I could say is hopefully in the future, we get some more of the people that I knew and loved and I worked with into this Hall of Fame. And I would like to say Nikki Strychnine, first and foremost. But and also Harry White. Harry White was a historian. And on that track, we had guys like Harry White in the past, and today's modern day version of Harry White is Patrick Brandmeyer. So thanks for everything you got this. So anyway, we all love Big Bad Ben. He was a giant man with a giant heart, and he loved to watch his ECW and have pay-per-view parties, and he loved his dogs, and he was full of life. And it was shocking that such a big, strong guy would be taken down, with an infection that started to split. So I just want to say, Big Bad Ben, none of us who ever worked for you or even met you or dealt with you in any sort of way. I'm not even telling the stories about his confrontations with Jerry Lawler, which were hilarious. And Paul was down there when that happened. We were all in the audience, and so I'm not going to get into this. Time is short. I don't know what's going on here. But anyway, we all love Big Bad Ben. Let's all give a big round of applause. Big Bad Ben in the Hall of Fame. Thank you. I'd like to hear Sadie Blaza. Sadie, come on up. He's going to accept the award for White. And we're going to get this stuff White later. He has family emergency.
Unfortunately, White couldn't be here due to a family emergency this morning, so they asked me to come accept for Ben. I'm not going to take too much time, but I've talked to a lot of people tonight, and even though a lot of us are spread across multiple companies in St. Louis, we will always have the link of Gateway Championship Wrestling between us. I get a lot of credit as a trainer in St. Louis. I get a lot of credit for helping a lot of young people. It all started with Ben. We're not tearing down, we're not reinventing the wheel, we're not doing new things. We're doing what Ben and Pete showed us how to do. When you think about what's being accomplished today, please remember Ben, because he was a pillar of that system. There's not a company in St. Louis or in the surrounding region today that isn't influenced by Big Bad Ben. Every single company has Ben's influence all over it. And I know a lot of people were at odds with Ben. Like Pete said, I know for a fact that Ben made a point to go talk to people the last few years of his life. The Zen Ben thing, that's a real thing. He used to call himself that. he made a point to talk to people. And I would reiterate what Pete said. If you got heat, it's a simple conversation. I've had several of those conversations in the last year and a half myself with people that I had issues with or had a problem with me or something like that. Usually it's a simple, hey, you want to sit down? And I've never been told no. And things just always end up working out. We all have this thing called wrestling in common. And there's no reason for us to fight about it. So on behalf of Ben's family, all the guys and gals that he influenced, thank you for the award. And as a Hall of Fame member myself, I'm thrilled to be listed on a list of names with Ben. Thank you.
Let's have one more big round of applause for Big Bad Ben, everybody. It's now time for our final inductee for the evening. Our final inductee has accomplished countless things in the world of professional wrestling over the course of his 34-year career. He has held countless championships and has competed against the likes of Chris Adams, Bob Orton, Greg Valentine, Kevin Thorne, Steve Regal, Gypsy Joe, Coco Beware, and Ox Baker. Just to name a few, of course. If his in-ring accomplishments were not enough, he has moved on to the world of acting as a member of the Screen Actors Guild. Here to induct Steve Montana into the Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame is 2024 Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame inductee, Ben Gennaro.
All right, I want to thank everybody for being up here. Just so you know, Ben Gennaro's not on anywhere on that Hall of Fame, just so you know. Anyway, boy, I've heard so many things said so well tonight. It makes it easy for me, especially now with Pete and Sadie. You guys summed up a lot of what I want to say, but I'm glad to hear you say it. I'm up here to bring up Steve Montana. I've known him for probably over 40 years now. He was there before I started. Got to know him, and that just shows friendships in this business are great. Brotherhood is brotherhood for a reason, and that's because of all these bonds we have. I was going to try to avoid a lot of stories, and that's good, so we can get a move on. But the one I will say because it's kind of ironic and something that always comes up to me, but excuse me, in the metamorphosis from, as somebody mentioned tonight, Mr. Fantasy to Lunatic Max, during that time, I had a lot of matches with Steve Montana. In fact, a lot of guys never liked to work with Steve Montana because I guess some of the softness is set in early in their lives, I guess. But Steve made me know what it's like to get out there and put that show on. Well, we always took care of each other because we all know that's what it's about. But so in those moments on the road, those stories we had, the one I will say because it comes up a lot. As I created Max, for those of you who may know, I went out with a big burlap bag full of all kinds of things. You never knew what was in there, but I used it. There's like fire hose in it. There's telephones, all kinds of things. In fact, to this day, for some reason, when I moved about 5 years ago, I put that bag in my van, and it's still in the van today. So I don't know when I'm ever going to take it out. But anyway, on a road trip one time up past Hannibal, one of the things I carried in that bag was a duck. This duck was made out of plastic. It was painted gold. Well, we were staying in some condos up there, and somebody got a hold of that duck. They were always messing with my duck, and they took it, and Mr. Montana took it out somewhere and put a bullet in its head, through its head. So I'm saying that because that's a big story that always comes up with that. And that's just some of those good times when we can all sit here all night and talk about it. I love hearing them today. It's great. But I will, as a side note, since I do have the bag in there, although that duck is no more, future generations that come along. And I do have another duck in there. If you want to get a picture taken with me and the duck, Steve, you can meet me at my van at the event stage. But I'm mainly up here because I wanted to bring out that, like I say, we're all here for a reason. And it's so good to hear you talk about carrying traditions along and stuff. I took some bullet points for myself today, and one right here, I wanted to say to those active, wrestling, what it is, it's every about, because what I see today when I look at wrestling on TV and stuff, it's a whole different monster. But that's what it's about. It's been changing umpteen times through our lifetime. And it's going to keep. We can't get bent out of shape out there. Just accept it and move on. I just hope that one thing, some of those of you guys who are still in the ring today, and those of us at the ring can still push that. But it's about the original code of conduct and respect that goes way back in wrestling. Back in those days that we're hearing all these names about. Back when Johnny Ramirez was wrestling and like you heard about him, how well dressed he was. Well, there's still, as much as wrestling changes, it don't need to behind the scenes, the code of respect and conduct amongst ourselves. And that's what we need to let the ones of today know and moving on. And I'm saying that because for these guys and people like Steve Montana, who I learned a lot from, I learned that, you got to keep that going on. And so out of respect to them and Steve Montana, all them, it's just important to know, keep it going. Everybody in this room, keep it going and have your learning trees in the business. I had a lot of learning trees. Steve Montana was one of mine. It's kind of a full circle moment for me today because some of my main learning trees are up here tonight. Johnny Ramirez, Butch Fletcher, Mark Morton, such a great guy. I would have Mark Morton. I'm saying, I'm going on a limb, but I'm saying one of the first states to be on this Hall of Fame is Mark Morton. Because that's how I felt about him. He was that kind of guy. So I'm saying that we all got our things, and like Sadie just said, wrestling unites us. Let's keep it going, keep that old school stuff going, and I just want to introduce to you one of my learning trees, Steve Montana.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say, anybody spend a ring with me? I'm sorry. I wasn't about to lie down, you see, I wasn't afraid to take a bump. But I'd like to thank so many people in this room and the people that made sports tape for taping my fingers, broken fingers, that got wrist. And I'm not gonna make this long. Other people do. But I just like to thank everybody. It's such an honor to be on this list with idols of mine, people I grew up with. And, I got a little poem to come up with this morning. Me and AI. The lights go low, the roar runs deep, camera shakes beneath his feet. Long hair flies, the crowded nights. One more fall, one more fight. Blood, sweat, borrowed glory. Arms crossed wide and wasteland cheers. Still a champ after all these years. I'm good.
Congratulations, Steve Montana, ladies and gentlemen.
The scariest thing that ever happened to me in wrestling. I was in the back room. Somebody runs in and says, "Beast wants you to slam him." I did.
How do you top that one? Folks, let's give one last round of applause to all of the members of the 2026 Independent St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame. And before we end today's ceremony officially, let's welcome back to the podium Jim Harris.
So we have fun? Yeah. All right, awesome. We have the hall to 5 o'clock. And thank God we didn't have Luke up here. So we actually got some time before we have to get the heck up out of here. So what I am asking is everybody that's been inducted or has received it for their family, we like to get a group picture of everybody before we leave. So after we're done here, we can come up here so we can get pictures. We really appreciate it. I'm also going to ask everyone please stand. I'm going to ask Watch Out Billy Diamond to come up here. And we're going to, I want to remember those who are no longer here, who did not be here, and those that we just lost recently. That was a big part of this wrestling. And I like to have the bell ring 10 times. Thank you. And again, thank you all for being here today. And like I said, anything that you purchase by here, every single cent goes right back into this hall and goes to the next class so we can get them inducted and showcase them. So again, thank you, and we appreciate you, and have a great rest of your day.
Jimmy.
Okay, so I was forgot one Slide 18, 2027 will be the next Hall
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a present or past member of the Hall of Fame, make your way up here to the staging area with this photographs taken. Those of you that are either current inductees class of 2026 or past inductees, please make your way to the podium at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, you wanna jump in on it?
Yeah.
Let's face it. Nikki hooked me up. I wonder if she's a dog. She took care of All right. You're gonna have to move your chair right here because Oh, it's automatic. We're actually coming down. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa, my friends? It is your boy, the Night Owl. No need to hit the SAT button because tonight, this evening, afternoon, whatever you want to call it, we are here at the St. Louis Independent Hall of Fame post show, and I am going to have the very first exclusive interview with our MC, with our maestro for the evening, the one, the only, from the I-74 Media Empire, the maestro, Jeremy Carp. Thank you for joining me, sir.
Well, thank you, Night Owl. It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to have you guys here in Jacksonville. And man, what a ceremony we had, what an induction class we had. Just all around a great time. Look, Robert, that we're talking a little later about your misspellings on the screen.
A little bit. So the big, was it the big bad wrestling ball?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be wrecking ball.
His name is the Future Wrecking Ball event.
Okay.
Luke is like
So human, but I think that sounds pretty good too.
I thought so.
But we gotta call the man by what he's on. I'm gonna turn this camera back over so you guys can check this out. We'll come right back. This is a kind of a hell of a sight here. I love this. Look at the class of 2026, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely phenomenal. Just look at everybody. This is great. And former inductees in the mix as well.
Yes, people who not only are
Street Kimchi there in the back. Pete Met. Sadie Blaze. Doc Lombardi. I mean, just nothing but talent, certified talent, start to finish. Big Jim, everybody's over there, man. But I'll tell you what, Jeremy, I guess I'll start off by asking you this. You got a lot going on with the I-74 Empire. Obviously, time is of the essence. What makes you want to participate in this ceremony in this event every single year. Why is it special to you? Why do you feel like it's something that you need to be a part of?
I love professional
Still some brownies.
all the decades of wrestling.
Right. Yeah, when we were like trade papers. Yeah.
So my thing is, we see all big promotions, now we're at the chance to see a lot of
Yeah, Herb Simmons, get out of here.
So without us, without these the big guys that
it all starts right here on the ground floor. He saved the day, be modest. He saved the day, did a good job. Much better this year when you had some quick time.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot though. I mean, even then, I didn't have a whole lot of everything going on. It gets married to Sunday.
Congratulations.
Okay, so
right.
You know, what up to
Love that.
This year, allow me to have this. So it means he has to be so great. And from looking around, you know, straight out of the contrast, once you fought here to get the second
So let me ask you something about that history. We had somewhere between 5 and 7 inductees tonight. We had Johnny Ramirez. We had Butch Fletcher. We had the valedictorian Keon Option. We had Marcus Manfield. We had Beastie. We had Big Bad Ben. Steve Montana. Of all the inductees who resonated, maybe since you actually saw them, they were during your era, during your time, who of the inductees spoke the most directly to you, or maybe it was an inductor, an inductee who really was the one that pulled at your heartstrings, who you connected the most with?
That's probably the one. I mean, as far as and then of course we had and Roberts so you know these are guys
So Big Bad Ben was the one for you?
Big Bad Ben was definitely you guys are big and it was so great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me speak on one that I know. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Thanks to our production team here, helping us put it all together. I just want to speak on one because it's somebody that I actually got to see work many, I'd say 7 to 10 years ago. I came to St. Louis for the very first time and went to probably my third ever indie show. It was a Dynamo Pro show. And there were some hard-hitting matches that night. Ricky Cruz was on the card. Dirty J. Dirty was on the card. A lot of talent. There were two guys, though. You know I'm a big hip-hop fan. There were two guys that brought the energy to another level. It was, let's just say it was a different energy, something that I resonated with, and that was Justin Dier and the valedictorian. These guys are so uber talented. You knew that you were lucky to watch them work because they were destined for greatness. Very similar to another guy around that same time of Mike Outlaw. Somebody you're like, I'm watching someone that is going to be great in this business. Let me see here. Yeah, we're reading the chat, guys. We are. Thank you, by the way, for tapping in. We are. Let me see here. One other quick one. Next year, that's right. And announce here, breaking news. July 18th. It's going to be next year, baby. That's right. But going back to my story, not knowing his background, just being an admirer of his talent in the ring, Maestro, I saw Keon out and I said, this guy is somebody special. You know, they were already in tag team competition early on. And I'll tell you what, from the very first time I saw him, the very last time I was always impressed. But what was even more incredible is the affection the people in this room had for him, to watch his wife and his sister make their way here, which I'm sure was not an easy thing to do as far as emotionally, to try to, to rehash his memories. I was just absolutely blown away. It was such a privilege to be able to hear some stories that I never heard before and reminisce with friends about somebody that we both really admire. So again, for me personally, valedictorian going in, it just brought back so many memories of my very first time in St. Louis. One of the reasons I kept coming back. Yeah, absolutely.
We've not known each other for 10 years, about, just about, yeah. And, I want to say personally, if there's everything I appreciate that, but we've done some cool stuff together. Those 4-hour, that I put together, the brackets. What was that? I can't remember his name. Wrestling Madness. Wrestle Madness. The longest 4-hour trivia gauntlets that you've ever seen. No rest for the weary. So I'm still mad at that guy. Was it Owen Hart? Yeah. And I think one year he eliminated, we were doing like greatest luchador ever, and I think eliminated Rey Mysterio like in the second round. Now here, Jones, here's one thing we're united on. We think Nigel Jones a pain in the ass. That's what absolutely. Well, Jeremy, anything else you want to leave the fans with? As we continue forward and moving towards closing out this post show. I just hope you all will continue to enjoy it.
MC in the world. Let's go, the Maestro. You did. You killed that. Learn how to write.
By
the way, Tom, we love hearing you sing. That was fantastic.
My best MC is the best singer. Right here. It's fantastic.
As I said in my speech, I started out when I was 16 years old playing in bands. There he is. Still hitting the tune.
I'm going to let you go because I know Tom's right here.
Come on, Tom. Sit on down. Just give me a couple minutes. Come on, thank you, Jerry. Come here, Murphy. Murphy. What's up, Steve? What's up, everybody? Just real quick, Steve. We want you to be comfortable. Want you to feel at home. Hey, my guy, can I get another chair for Steve here? No, real quick. We'll get you sat down. All right. So you saw all the different inductees. We're up there, guys. Careful one. You guys saw. I know you. We're up there, Stevie. All right. So, Steve, this was obviously an emotional year for a lot of different reasons. Was there something you heard or learned this year, your butt, that you heard or were able to experience this year that maybe you didn't expect? A story you never heard before? Did you learn something about somebody maybe you didn't know about before? Because we always talk about your favorites, right? And we can get into that. But what's something you saw today that you didn't expect, something you're going to take away from you that you didn't walk in already know?
I gotta say, I mean, it was amazing to be a part of this. Being around this scene for 36 years now, there's so many people I already know. But here in Dayton, the part that surprised me was finding out that Mark Gordon came into the mix after I did. But this next door, I didn't know that was the story.
Very cool. Same question to you, Tom. You've been around for a long time. We heard your beautiful story. Did you learn anything new about somebody that maybe you knew previously today, or is there a moment that stuck out to you where you're like, I'm taking that home with me? After all those years, you found all that everything else.
I can see the members.
I would not have had myself do this. '97. Yeah. And he brought me I really didn't expect what I did, but my early main event was wow. Hell of a way to start a career. Now, some shit was unstable. And they had nothing on it. Not little bitty cabinet was 12-inch subwoofers, footlocker. Keyboard, I don't use that shell, beach spinning, and Billy Bob. Yeah, VCR. Christmas, the bag of Christmas. Oh, these guys. They're made out of cheap plastic now. Back in our days, it was made out of glass. Now it's going to be bad. The two favorite Bibles were the first chicken pot pie. Because it was a first. Oh, yeah. They started with chicken pot pie. Yeah. And the second flavor was the dirty baby. Oh, number one or number two? Oh, runny two. Yeah. That's a three. I'm mention with the bringing up the no parking sign for the building. Oh, yeah. And then on it on the post it all. It was great. And people wonder why you can't make money in wrestling because people are damaging shit like parking signs. I can go back to Tom's this speech for you later on stage. You talked about your time as a wrestler, I was always told that was Murphy's first night. No, that was what ended up. Yeah, Murphy's first night. Only during booking meeting. I was more convinced that Murphy's first night here. Only during booking meeting. Only that one. Yeah, that's always not after they said on the car. You're gonna get 1.8. I was reality outstanding. There was not a balloon that didn't get popped in the room, and you hated for it because you knew he was right. I always said because I started playing. Okay, that's nice. That's all. That's what I need. Tell me how you're going to what you get here to make it think we did that. I'll tell you guys what, this experience for me is an absolute treat because I'm going to be honest. I didn't get a chance to see most of you guys, the guys that were in the ring in your prime, but being able to go back and appreciate it is something that means the world to me. So if there's a message for anybody on the fence about coming to one of these events, what would each of you say to them for, you know, because we officially got the breaking news that we're back here on July 18, 2027. What would you say to them if they're on the fence about coming to one of these events in the future? We'll start with you, Steve.
What I would say is, don't second guess it. Just get here, be a part of it. You have no idea what's. It's just amazing, but it's certainly not even the same. I am agree. Shout out to everyone. People just might have known a lot. This guy here, he's in his prime.
Yes, stop me. Yes, I can't help. One thing that I would tell anybody, it's open football. That's right. If you've ever gone to independent wrestling shows, and I have those areas in the last 35 years, the people that you have seen in the ring, a lot of them will be here. There are a lot of guys that could be crowd just like that. But all of those guys he did a show like tonight. He did. Here he was. SICW. He was here. Gavin Howard was here. Big Dean was here. I think I saw Shaq walk around. Shaq was here. Yeah. Somebody was here. I don't know who. but yeah, Shaq. I mean, all the people that were here. Love wrestling. Watch wrestling. Frank Martin. The guys and he is actually a historian that's going to make that dirty work. Story. There he goes right there. Patrick. He is what a guy. He is because this history that we have is north or 1-2 blues. Patrick, come on, right on it. You gotta come around back, though, Patrick. Come on back. Yeah, there we go. Patrick's here for a second. He was there. He was there he is. Historian's up there. He did a wrestling show last night. Anyway, I was there. Patrick was there doing commentary. Most of the matches, I was fortunate enough to be able to do commentary like one match with no problem. I couldn't get a word in there, but I'm not surprised. What else is new? The one thing that I'm looking forward to more than anything else is getting home to Hot Springs, Arkansas. When I do, I'm going to take some break, roll one number over on the odometer of light, and hopefully in August, come and visit you. Let's go. We would love to have you. Patrick, since you jumped in here, I do want to get your perspective. Obviously, we saw a lot of emotion in the building here tonight, so I've been asking you the same question. What's something, and this may be a hard one for you, what's something that you learned here today that maybe you didn't know before today? Being a historian, I'm sure you always kind of make you, I've seen you in the back taking notes all the time and all that. What's one thing that you walked away today, whether it was a new tidbit of fact or maybe something personal that you learned about one of the guys that got inducted that maybe you didn't know before you got here today?
We've had some really great stories. I heard the stories about men doing something today. Talking about a guy named Harry, he kind of did kind of the public type of thing before I did. That could be thankless for much respect.
Okay. A lot of people know.
He was our first state based like wow. So he's a subscriber, and he's one that introduced me to the
I got one last question for you, Patrick. Well, actually, a comment and a question. So, number one, thank you for donating the original Wayne Squirrel hat. Many people do not know this. There it is right there. I didn't even know he had it. How about that, Tommy? The original Wayne Squirrel hat. And then number two, I asked you guys the same question. If somebody's watching the broadcast, whether it's live or on the replay, and they're on the fence about coming, I heard the breaking news here that we're back on the 18th, 2027. What would you say to them if they're on the fence about coming in order to let them know what they might have missed out on here tonight?
Well, you can meet a lot of people who really paved the way for this area for the singing, whether part of the past or recent history or recent past.
A lot of the guys that weren't this weekend were here today.
That's right.
Because they're respecting this. Absolutely.
Yeah, there were a couple of the people tonight I'm overly familiar with. I unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to see them while they were at here. But you learn something new every time. Like we're all different things. You're going to see somebody who put on a great show.
There were a couple guys last night at KWA.
They moved the socks off that place. I kept telling everybody the best spot was they were doing it. For those of you guys who didn't catch the show, go back and watch that thing when they posted. But they were doing a happy birthday thing. I think the STL guys tagged. Yeah, Wilder. There you go. That's how we got Patrick here. Wilder and Zulu. They were doing a happy birthday thing for two little girls. There was cupcakes and everything, and right in the middle of the whole crowd going crazy. Happy birthday here, and then and boom, it was well executed. Shakes and blades, there you go, absolutely perfect. I think it's poetry, it's art. I think that's what professional wrestling is. Yeah, that's right, and I had no idea. I had no idea that was coming. That was wonderful. That was absolutely. They don't tell you.
They don't tell me that stuff either.
Well, when I used to do commentary, I tell them not to give me the finish. Yeah. I said, don't do it. I said, I want to have a genuine and honest reaction to everything that I see.
That's the way I look at it myself.
Yep.
That's me. When I referee, I said, I don't want to
tell me, don't tell me.
If I pin your shoulders down, I mean, you're down 1, 2, 3, and you're sucks to be you. Because
That's
I
right.
want to count to 3.
That's right.
I always do it. And some guy got picked on and yelled at me in the back of the hey, why didn't you pick out, dumbass?
Yeah, that's
It's
your job.
on you.
That's
Not
right.
on me. I call what I see.
I love it. That is a secret, and you only would have got that here live. That's right. So, gentlemen, I think this was an amazing cap on a great show. Any final thoughts before we close out tonight's broadcast? We'll start with you, Tom.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you again. We get together not often enough. I'm down to Hot Springs.
Yeah, Jason Jones is a good friend of mine. I have to make my way down there.
You're going to have to try a little farther to get.
That's all right. That's all right. Don't mind it.
I got a horse track race. I got a nice amusement park, water ride.
I have to make my way down there. Love it. Steve?
Again, thank you so much for this great song. My favorite thing about you here today was knowing that this is in the fans' best interest for this organization and event that all and I've seen this stuff make me cry. I love it. Love it. So many different cities, and every time they have their own fighting within organizations. And this today, that aside, it's just about
I love that, Steve. And Patrick, we'll give you the final word here.
So much reaching on this area, so much potential at people who are occupied, basically growing, looking super impressive. They've got to show that it's a different experience to be in a big arena.
The best $15 you'll ever spend.
Not always college, but it is always entertaining.
Absolutely. And I got a little advice for you two guys. You were going back and forth earlier. take this with you, okay? Better to be put over than bent over. There we go.
I believe you.
I think you must speak from experience.
No, well, yeah, maybe. But this is a PG show, so we're not going to get into that. So, ladies and gentlemen, the night out on behalf of these amazing gentlemen, everybody else who participated, everyone who watched and shared, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We will see you again July 18th, 2027, right here at Andre's Banquet Center, 4254 Telegraph Road in good old St. Louis, baby. Thank you guys, and we'll see you on the next one. Adios.
Love you, Renee.
Love you, buddy. Take care. You guys are the best. Much love, fellas. Thanks again. Thanks for stopping in.
Woo!